All right, so the next section that we're going to be building here is the project section. And this is sort of like the link to your portfolio projects. So we can see here for desktop and tablet, it's like a 2-column grid. And then on mobile, it's stacked to 1. And there do seem to be some differences on the desktop version that aren't in mobile and tablet. Let's just zoom in here a little bit. So for mobile and tablet, each project has its own little section. There's an image, there's a title of the project portfolio, and then there's a list of the skills used to build it. And then there's links, view project. I'm assuming this is going to be a demo website, or view code, which would probably be a link to GitHub. Then on desktop, if we compare, this is the active state. So let's look at the non-active state first. So here's one project. So we have the image thumbnail, we have the title, entertainment web app. You just zoom in a little bit so you can read that better. And then these skills are under that. And then we don't see the links initially on the page, the view project and view code links. But if we hover over them, if we hover over the image, then we will see the view project and view code links. And there's an overlay over the image. That's a fair bit more complicated than the mobile and tablet versions. So that's a fair bit more complicated than the mobile and tablet versions. And another thing that I think we need to think about with this section is maybe the accessibility. So for example, if you're using a keyboard to navigate this project, ideally you would want to be able to access these links using the tab key. So I think what we'll have to do is figure out making sure that the styles for the active states show up when you tab to the view project or view code links, and just making sure that that functionality works in the CSS. Other than that, I think that for the grid, we'll probably use CSS grid to make it 1 column on mobile and 2 columns on tablet and desktop. And then we will have to figure out the active state. And then we'll have to figure out the active states for desktop and just make sure that it's accessible. So per the usual, let's start making our HTML markup for this. So if we just look quickly again from here, the project's title is going to be an H2 tag, and then it looks like on the same row there's a contact me button link, and it's the same on tablet and also same on mobile. So that's kind of nice that that's the same. So after that, we have this grid, and then we'll have each portfolio project as a grid item. So let's go into VS Code. And I'm going to minimize the skills section since we don't need that anymore. And let's start building the markup for this portfolio section. So we'll create a section tag. I'm going to give it a class of, I guess, portfolio. So this will be the BEM block name, portfolio. And then let's just look in the skills section to make sure we're doing the same thing. Next up is a div with the wrapper class, and then we'll call it portfolio wrapper. So let's just minimize that. Minimize that too. Okay, so in the portfolio section, we'll add a div with a class of wrapper. And I'll also say portfolio wrapper. And then we'll leave that there for now. And I think the first thing we want to do is create the H2 tag plus the contact us or contact me button. So what I think I might do is maybe have the projects and the contact me button in their own like wrapper div, and then I'll make another wrapper div to be the grid parent for these grid child items here. So what I'm probably going to do is just in the wrapper itself, I will write H2, and maybe this should have a class too. Portfolio title. Is that what it said? Let's see. Projects. Whoops. So maybe we should name this projects instead of portfolio. Projects, because the whole thing is really a portfolio website. And then let me just check back in the skills section to see if I added a class to the H2 tag. No, I didn't. But that's because it was hidden. So let's maybe look at the hero. So I did say hero headline. So maybe let's follow that naming convention. We'll say projects headline to make things as consistent as possible. Then after that will be the contact me link. And since we have that already, I might just copy this. And instead of hero contact, we'll name this, oops, didn't want to do that. We'll name this projects contact underline. And I'm guessing the underline class for the anchor link should have the same styles as we had before. So then after the H2 tag and the anchor tag, let's add our grid parent. So I'm going to say projects grid, I guess, for lack of a better word. This is going to be, again, the grid parent. And then in this, we'll say projects item. And then let's see what we need for each project. So every project, if I zoom in a little bit here, every project has an image, a title. This will probably be an H3 tag. And then the labels for what skills were used, and then the links. Okay, so for the image, I think I'm going to use an image tag. In the past, I actually would have probably used a background image just because it can size more easily. But I think that it's better for accessibility to use image tags unless the image is purely decorative and doesn't need a description. Just because if you're using a screen reader, it would be nice, you know, when you're navigating through these images, if you could hear a description of what's in these images, since they're representations of the website projects. So I'm going to use an image tag for that. And then we'll have an H3 tag for, you know, the title, design portfolio. And we'll figure out what markup to use for this. Maybe a paragraph tag with a class. And then for the links, I might need to put those in a wrapper div just around them, just because I think that might make it easier for the desktop version where we have these links kind of centered on top of the image. And the other thing is that when you have things like this where the design seems pretty different, ideally you'd want to keep the markup as minimal as possible. So in the past, for things like this, I probably would have done a separate set of links for mobile and tablet, and then another set of links for desktop here to overlap over the image. So then you'd essentially have two sets, and you'd have to hide each version for the viewports that you're not using them for. That's not really efficient because then you'd have to sort of manage and maintain two sets of links. Whereas I think we can use CSS Grid to use the same markup for these links, but for desktop, we can make the links kind of overlap the same grid area as we have the image. So I think that'll be a pretty cool application of CSS Grid. And then we'll have to figure out the active states, as we mentioned earlier. So let's just start getting to writing the markup for each project item. So we have the H3 tag, and maybe we'll add the copy for this first one, design portfolio. So design portfolio. And then under that is HTML CSS for the skills. So what I might do is add a paragraph, add a class for projects. I guess tags is really what this is. They're tags. Then in here, looks like there's space between them, but the overall design is pretty much the same. but I think I'm going to maybe put them in spans since they are separate entities. HTML, then we'll duplicate that, CSS. And, we might have to change this later. We'll see. And then after the projects tags is our links, I believe. Yes, so view project and view code. And again, I think I need to have a wrapper div here. So projects links. Then in here, we'll say a href, we'll just leave it blank for now. View project. And then we'll control D, view code. It does look like it has the same underline as the contact me link. So I'm going to do the same thing, or I'll add the class of underline. And we'll see if we need to add a class for, projects links item or something like that, just for project specific styles for these. Okay, so now we have the markup for just this first project. So I'm going to start writing out these styles. So let's actually split to the right so we can see where we're coming from. Okay. Projects. And then first up, we'll say projects. It's a section tag. Then we'll say projects wrapper, projects headline. What's next? Projects contact, in case we need that. Then projects grid, projects item, and then projects tags. And then projects links. Okay, I think that's good for now. So, I forgot the image tag. So in the projects item, I believe the image has to come first. Yeah, so we should have the image first because it's first on mobile and tablet. So we'll say image. I guess we could use. Looks like the image is bigger for desktop, so it's like 540 by 400. On tablet, it's 342 by 253, 343 by 253. So I'm guessing we'll need a different image for desktop. So let's just check out for right now the images. So here's the images folder. I'm guessing it's the thumbnail project. So let's see what we got here. Okay. So yeah. So the image here, I don't know if you can see that, but it says 1080 by 800 for the large version. And the small version is 686 by 506. And 686, so that's about double, what the tablet and mobile images are. So maybe we'll do a similar source set thing like we did previously for the image here. Yeah, let's check it out on our index.html. Oh yeah, picture source. So I think we can do a similar thing where we'll use picture and source, And then we'll just have the desktop and tablet versions. So I'll just copy this to start. So instead of the image tag, we'll use this picture tag. And we just have two versions of the image. So we're going to make the mobile image the default. And then I think we don't need this tablet version because it's using the same as mobile. And then at the minimum width of what this was, 1,000 or something, 2.5 times 16. Yeah, 1,000 pixels. Then we'll use the desktop image. So let's get that name. So thumbnail project large, one large. We'll try copy relative path. Let's see if that works. Okay, it's good, except the slashes are going the wrong way. Yeah, it's just a weird thing where for file paths on your computer, your file explorer, whatever, is going to use backslashes, but then on the web, they need to be forward slashes. I don't actually know exactly why it's like that, but I'll add a leading slash just to make sure that we get to the root directory initially. And then project one small. And of course, we'll have to add the width. 686 by 506. I'm trying to remember if I need the actual width of this. Let's see what the Atom Keys one was. Mobile 348 by 766. So I think we want it to be the width that's in the design for mobile. 343 by 253. And then we need to adjust the alt text for this. So let's see. So this image is like, it's a screenshot of a website. So I'm not very good at writing alt text, or at least I'm not very experienced in it. I guess for things like this, looks like this is a portfolio, or it looks like it's I don't know, a small business type website. I mean, a design portfolio. Screenshot of design portfolio website. Not sure how descriptive that is, but there we go. I'm sure there's better ways of describing that. Okay, so let's actually see what this looks like so far on our website. Ooh, oh, things are overlapping. That's weird. I don't understand why the image is going above where... Oh, hero image. It's because I have the old class here. So we'll change this to projects image. Okay. Having the right class name is quite important. Okay, so this is just the basic thing. We have the image, we have the title, We have the tags, and then we have the links. So it's not super far off from where this is for mobile and tablet. We do have some spacing issues here because we need some space after the skills section. And yeah, so on mobile, the skills section has space there. Or sorry, on mobile, the skills section has that white underline and then disappears on tablet. And it's also not on desktop. So I think I added that already. Let's load it with the iPhone. Okay, so it's added there, so that's fine. And then we need space under the line for projects. So there's 80 pixels space on top. Let's see what the bottom spacing is like. Okay, 80 on the bottom too. So that makes me feel like I can use padding for this. Let me just see what I did in the skills section again. Okay, so looks like I had padding on the skills wrapper. Yeah, so we'll do a similar thing here for the projects. Padding block of 40 pixels. So it's 80 here. And we'll add this to the projects wrapper class. Padding block, 80 pixels. Okay, looks good. Okay, so let's get the title stuff set. So here it says 40 pixels and 40 pixels of line height. It's much bigger here, 72. And then it is heading XL for desktop. So XL is 88 for desktop. And does that mean that this is the same? Looks like this, the project's title is the same size as the hero header. So that makes me think of the hierarchy of this. So does that mean that this contact is also probably an H2 tag? Projects will be H2. I added a hidden H2 for the skills section. And then this, I wonder if the nice to meet you actually should be an H2. And then the H1 tag is like atom keys up at the top and make that hidden. I think from a hierarchical, so purely just what the text is and what it means on the website and the information it's conveying, I think this nice to meet you still works as a H1. That's kind of the main sort of header for the whole website. And even though it's the same font size as projects and then later on as contact, I think projects and contact still should be H2 tags because they're sort of hierarchically less important than the top header. So I think we'll use the same fonts. We use the same styles for the H2 as we did on the H1. So let's just see if they treated them the same. So yeah, XL, 72 and 72. I'm just checking the font sizes on for the hero and then the projects, and then it's 40 and 40. So that actually makes my job a little easier. I can take the styles from the hero headline, H1, and use it on the H2 tag. So are there any H2 tags elsewhere? So visually hidden, it's fine. I have a visually hidden, and then this is just a SVG. Okay, and then the skills, which is also visually hidden. Okay, so projects is it. Okay, so I'm just going to I don't want to duplicate the actual style rules if I don't have to. So I wonder if it would be better to create a class for this. Yeah. So instead of H1, I'm going to say header XL, since that's kind of the naming that they used in the design. And I'll copy this header XL class and I'll add it to the H2 tag here and to the hero text for the H1 tag. So let's see how this looks. Okay, so H1. Okay, looks like all the styles are getting reflected, which is good. And then projects looks the same. And yeah, good. So that's kind of the nice thing as you're building a website. There's a lot of work up at the top at the beginning to get all the global styles, but when styles get reused, you can just, use the same class or tags. And then there's a little bit less work. So you're not having to style every single individual element. So let's go back to the mobile view. Okay, so projects and contact me are on the same line. So what I probably need to do is just kind of thinking ahead on tablet, this is all the projects are in their own grid parent. This could be a grid or flex parent, maybe add another wrapper around there. If you're trying to reduce markup, what you could do too is have the project's headline and the contact me link also be grid children, and then just make the first row, make the rows auto height. Let's see if that works, just to try to minimize the amount of markup, just so we're not wrapping everything in a div. So I'm going to take these and I will move them into the projects grid div. So projects grid comes right after projects wrapper. So let's go down to the projects section. And I'll just move this up. I just like having my style selectors follow the same order as the HTML markup whenever possible. I'm going to say display grid, grid template columns. We'll say repeat to 1FR since there are 2 columns of equal width. Yeah. And then I think what we can do is for mobile, we'll have projects in one cell, contact me in the other cell, and then for the project items, they will cover over 2 columns for mobile, and then we can change that for desktop. So I think maybe I don't need to explicitly set the grid template rows since they'll just kind of be created automatically. So next after that is project's headline and then the project's contact link. So project's headline for mobile, we want it to take the first column. So we'll say grid column. This is shorthand for grid column start and grid column end. So we want to start on the first vertical grid line and then end on the second one. And then project's contact, we want to start on the second grid line and go till the third grid line. And then project's item, we'll say grid column. It's going to start at 1 and we'll end at 3. Or we could say span 2. So let's see how this looks now. Oh yeah, on mobile. Okay, so let's inspect this as a grid item. And then I will highlight the project's grid. Let's maybe change the color. There we go. It's a little easier to see. And it's different from the green. So what we got here is we have our grid parent. We have the project starting at grid line 1, grid column line 1 rather, and then ends at 2. And then contact me starts at 2 and ends at 3. There's obviously some alignment and other issues happening here with the underline being so long. But we'll figure that out later. And then we have the project's item taking up these 2 columns. So this looks pretty good. But yeah, there's definitely some alignment issues going on. There's a lot of space under here. I'm not sure if that's from the H2 tag, which yes, it does look like it is. And then the contact me stuff we need to figure out. So let's look at this space under here. So right now, let's uncheck that. And then load box model. So 33 pixels of margin bottom. And let's see if that came from our styles. Nope, looks like it's just inherited from the default browser styles. So we check here. There's 40 pixels of space under them. But again, since we're using grid for this, maybe this space should come from the gap. So let's see how much space there is between the items. Okay, 40 pixels also. So I'm going to add space using the gap property. And that means we don't want any bottom margin here. So since I use the same styles from the hero headline, I'm just curious how, if I set maybe section specific margin bottom. Oh yeah, margin block end instead of margin bottom. Okay, so we'll just do the same thing for the project's headline. Margin block end 0. Okay. I think that should be good. Yeah. And then there's a little margin bottom there. Not sure where that came from. It's probably from, oh, there's padding. Why did I have that padding there? Do I need it for this? Oh, I do need that for the underline. Why is it disappearing there, but not here? Maybe because it's a grid child item or something. Okay, so the first problem we need to look at is on mobile, the line should only be as long as text, and it's going to be aligned to the end of the column. So let's do we can do a justify self end. Oh, that kind of fixed that. I think maybe it's just like this because actually let's look at the computed styles. See if there's a default. Justify self auto. So maybe it's like I'm not sure what the default value of justify self is. Let's see if MDN tells us. Maybe stretch is the default. In the browser, it's set to justify self auto. So I wonder what auto means. Auto means normal. What does normal mean? Okay, here we go. In grid layouts, the keyword normal leads to a behavior similar to the one of stretch. Okay, so that's probably why. So that's why when we don't have justify self explicitly set to end, it will stretch across. Because it's text, it's not going to stretch the text, but it will stretch the underline because it's stretching the element itself. Okay, so we'll just set justify end for this projects contact. Refresh. Okay, looks good. And it does look like that. Does look pretty much like they're vertically centered. I don't know. That's good enough for me. I'm not going to split hairs here. Okay, so after here, we got the image. And then design portfolio. And this needs to be styled as well. Heading medium. Heading medium. Heading medium. Okay. So it's the same size across viewports. Here we go. Heading medium. 24 pixel, 32 pixels of line height. And what's that? In ratio form, 1.3. So 24 pixels of font size and 1.3 line height. So I might set this as the H3 tag. Let's see if there's other places that use similar. Wait, I think I use the H3 tag here in the skills. But I just set it as the skills title. So let's see if this style is used anywhere else in the site. Doesn't look like it. So let's set these styles for the heading medium just on the class that we set on the projects on this element. Projects item H3. So let's add a class to that. Here it is, H3 class projects. Name. Okay, so font size, and I think it was 24 pixels, which we want to convert to rems, 1.5 rems, and then line height 1.3. Font weight should be bold, 700. And then they were all caps, so that's a text transform, uppercase. Okay. That match the design. Let me see if there's any other, let me see if there's any letter spacing that we need to set. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we're good there. There's a little space under the image and 20 pixels of space between the image and the design portfolio. And then 7, and then 20 under the tags. So project's image, margin block end of 20. Did I set a class on that yet? Project's image. So let's see if that works. I'm still not super clear on the picture tag versus image tag stuff when we're using, you know, picture with source and image. Okay, margin bottom of 20. Looks like there's extra space here. Do I need to set it to be display block? Oh yeah. So images by default are display inline, so they had a little space underneath it. If I highlight this, that's outside the margin, and that's the extra space for the descender, because inline elements are usually text, so this is just kind of one of those weird holdovers from when the web, you know, was first born, I guess you could say. So display block. I do sometimes wonder if I should just set all images to display block, like a global rule. Let's just see what I did here. Display block. Display block. Maybe I could, let's try that. Let's just see if anything horribly messes up. So I'm going to set display block for image tags and I think for SVG tags as well, because it is used quite a bit. Oh, underline. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so SVG, hero images, projects image. Yeah, let's do that. We can always remove it if it gets messed up. Let's do it after the text classes, perhaps. Here, anchor. I'm going to say image and also SVGs display block. And then wherever there's display block, let's maybe comment it out just to begin with. So it's, oh, I don't want to do that. So it's the header, social, SVGs, the hero image, and the project's image. So let's see if anything looks messed up. Looks good. This also looks fine. And this looks fine too. So I think we can delete these. Not that. So I guess we'll just delete this whole selector. Okay. Well, that's kind of nice. Making things a little bit more efficient always feels kind of good. Okay, so where are we? We add space under the image, which is good. And then we need to add space under the name, 7 pixels. So under projects, name, margin block end of 7 pixels. Again, I'm going to use pixels instead of rems because I don't think this necessarily needs to scale up if the font size changes. And then under here, 20 pixels of space under the tags. Okay. Seems like a lot of space. Well, I guess that's what they wanted. Okay, we also need to add some space between these two tags, 18 pixels of space, and also between the links, 30 pixels of space. So between the tags, it's going to be projects tags span. And I'll just say margin inline and of 18 pixels, I think it was. And again, I'm trying to keep my properties consistent. So instead of margin bottom, I used margin block end. And instead of margin right, I used margin inline end. I haven't experimented enough to know if mixing, margin right and margin inline end would mess up anything. I'm assuming that maybe they're just kind of treated as the same. But I think just in general, it's good to be consistent. So, okay, that looks much better. And then view project and view code. That was 30 pixels. So we'll do something like maybe projects links A. I'm just going to duplicate it because I'm assuming we'll have styles for the projects link selector at some point. Margin inline end 30 pixels. Cool. Okay. That looks pretty good. So I think this is good for mobile. Maybe we'll add another item and make sure the styles look good there. So let's do this. Go here. Gonna select the whole projects item. I think that's right. And then I'll press Control D to duplicate it. And And I'm guessing the naming for the files is the same. And this one is e-learning landing page. E-learning landing page. And the reason that I'm making it uppercase just via text transform in the styles as opposed to writing this out in all caps is that just in case in the future they don't want to have all caps, then I can just change the style in one place as opposed to having to retype out every single project name. So if possible, I think it's usually more efficient to control things like that with CSS as opposed to, typing things out differently. Okay, HTML CSS, and then that's pretty much the same. So, okay, that looks good. Check out the website. So first, we want to make sure the gap property is working. It looks like it is. This 40 pixels of space here. And yeah, styles are all the same. So actually, why do we have sideways scrolling? Oh, it's the rings. Why? I don't know why you can still horizontally scroll. The hero is still... Why is this happening? Actually, let's see if it's happening if I don't use the device emulator. Okay, looks like it is not happening if I'm not using the emulator, but it is. Interesting. So I wonder if it's just like maybe a bug or something where it does have horizontal scroll bars, but it's not actually going to on the actual device. I don't really know. Okay, I'm going to maybe test this out quickly on an actual device and see if the horizontal scroll bars are showing up. Let's see. I'm using port 5500. So I'm actually checking this on my phone. Oh shoot, it is showing up. Why? Okay, so this is an issue that I'll have to research. See if I type overflow hidden, it's still like that. It still shows overflow. Okay, that's interesting. Setting it on HTML made it less. This rings is I wonder if I should try to limit it here. Okay, so it did hide it there. Not necessarily what we want, but it's because of the SVG here too. So let's see if I was going to just blend on this to see if that fixes. Yeah, that fixes the scrolling. So it's definitely caused by this circle. I'm just wondering why it's happening on the devices versus. Oh, wait, it is happening here. Okay, so this. So crazy. Oh, it's definitely not what you want. The weird thing is that setting overflow hidden on the skills section makes this work. But it doesn't work on the hero. I don't know why. Yes, I am just randomly trying random things to see if something works. Oh, wait, that's weird. So all the rings down here in the skills and the circle up in the hero is not acting the same. Because if I hide, so right now by default, the whole thing's showing here. And then the circle is also showing. But if on the skills section, I say overflow hidden, then it only has horizontal scrolling because of the circle. But if I do the same thing on the hero, nothing happens. Maybe hero content. Nope. There's something weird about this circle here. And if I hide it, oh, interesting. Right of 0. Wait. Okay, maybe there's some bugs also with the developer tools. Okay, let's try some crazy styles here. I'm going to say section tags overflow hidden. And this is temp just for testing. So now let's reload. Okay, so now the rings is working. If I hide it, then there's no more scrolling. If I change the right, there's no more side scrolling. If I uncheck translate, there's still scrolling there. Oh, because it's translate just moves it, but it still takes up space in the original position, which is kind of funny. So the weird thing is that the circle is just treated differently from the rings later on. So we position this with right 0 and translate at 50%. Let's see how I position the rings here. Left 50%, translate 0, 50%. So just out of curiosity, I'm going to see if instead of using right, I use left. Left 100%. Translate negative 50%. Yeah, so this is not working. Oh, right, because of the translate. But so it makes me confused about this one here and why this one, the overflow, is cutting it off. Left 50%. Left 100% and translate negative 50%. I genuinely don't understand why they're getting treated differently. Okay, at any rate, I feel like maybe overflow hidden, still have horizontal scroll bars. Overflow clip. I wonder if that would make a difference. Another weird thing is that this is supposed to be 375 viewport width, but the inspector says it is 375.333. It's just hiding all images temporarily. Okay, still 375.333. I don't know if that makes a difference. Wait, what? Horizontal scrolling isn't happening anymore. Let's look on my phone real quick. Still happening on my phone. Oh, I think because I changed the width of the viewport so it goes to responsive. So there's something about iPhone 11 and actual devices where, yeah. It's because of this circle. I don't know why. don't know. Okay, let's think out a list of the problems here. The problem is that there's horizontal scrolling on devices, which I have verified by actually testing on my actual phone. The other weird problem, maybe I'll get rid of that section rule that I added. Okay, there we go. So the main problem is that there's horizontal scrolling. The overflow X that I put on the body does not seem to be working. So, on phones. Okay, here we go. The browsers on mobile devices ignore the overflow X hidden within the body and HTML tag if metaname viewport is present. Which I do have metaname viewport. Body and HTML overflow X hidden. I don't think this will work, but let's just try it. Okay, now it's just this circle is causing scrolling. It's so weird. Because without this rule, then the rings also adds overflow. If I limit it, for some reason, this circle is just not. I wonder if moving it around in the markup will do anything. Like if I don't know, move it into the skills section. Okay, so there's something weird about the hero section that is causing this. What could it be? So look at the styles and see if there's any weird positioning styles that might be causing something. It's still happening. Okay, I don't think this will do anything, but I'm going to change this to the rings image. It's still going. Width. I'm genuinely so stumped. Okay, what if I set it to left 0 or if I set it to right 0? Okay, I have an idea. The problem is because set to right of 0, and then translating 50% on top of that. So I think if the overflow is happening because of the initial position before the translation. So I wonder what happens if I just get rid of the translate for a second. Refresh. So now it's just right of 0. I think this is what I had before. Okay, what if I do left 0 and then translate like a lot? Can you do viewport widths? I'm going to say calc 100 viewport widths minus half of 129, which is 50 plus 15, about 65, 64 pixels. Let's try this. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, it's still there. So even the translating part is making the scroll happen. I made it position relative. Oh, interesting. That seemed to have gotten rid of it. Position relative. Okay, very interesting. This has gotten rid of the horizontal scroll. So something about the position absolute is making it go off screen. I think also there's a little slight bug where sometimes the changes I put here aren't actually reflected on the site, which is a bit annoying. Okay, let's try position relative, translate 100 viewport widths. Okay, scrolling is not happening. But if we change it to position absolute, it will happen. Okay, and is working on my phone. So something about position absolute makes it go off screen for some strange reason. Hmm. I think I need to also add some space, 16 pixels of margin. So 100 viewport widths is all the way across. Then we want to take it back 50% of the width of the element and another 16% because of the margins on here. And then I wonder if I could do margin bottom of a negative 129 pixels. So then things go like that. These are the weird little bugs that just like kind of drive you crazy. So now I did get rid of it on mobile, but if I change to iPad, I'll need to redo this too. It's very strange. It's strange that the position absolute element causes horizontal scrolling. Let's try to put this in the code and see if we can make it work for tablet. So again, this is not great because I'm using the actual pixel value for the top, but I don't know what else to do. Yeah, the developer tools is a bit buggy. I think it's actually using this rule here. But see, unchecking these isn't doing anything. It's a little bit annoying. Just going to delete these rules. Okay, horizontal scroll bars are not happening. It's great. I need to set it to position relative. So the top property actually does something. Okay, now let's try iPad. Okay, so hero circle. Top is set to auto, bottom set to 60 pixels because it's position relative. Nothing's really happening here. We'll adjust the translate because tablet doesn't have, I think, the same margins on the wrapper that it does on mobile. It's 30 pixels, so let's see if it still happens on tablet. Looks like on tablet it's not happening. I don't know where this is. Oh man. So it seems like the horizontal scrolling thing is only happening on mobile. So maybe for tablet, $129 plus like 64, which is half the height, 193. I don't know. $190. I think this is going to break. And desktop, it's weird. Oh, actually, it should be there. Yeah. Okay. I don't have an actual iPad to test on, so I don't know if this actually has fixed the problem for iPad. But this does seem to have fixed it for mobile. I need to move that a bit to the left again. I forgot to copy that code based on the margin. So I'll test one more time on my mobile where I'm testing a local site, which I did show people how to do on my YouTube channel, how to test a local website on your phone. So if you want to know how to do that, you can watch that video. And it does seem like it's working. The horizontal scroll bars are gone. I still don't understand why position absolute causes it. It's very strange. And why the overflow hidden wasn't working. So it's like something about the position absolute. It's so weird. Again, I don't understand. Because the rings image was also position absolute, but it's the overflow X hidden is working to limit that, but not for the circle. Yep, sometimes there's just mysteries that you sort of figure out, but you don't understand completely why. It's just so weird. Yeah, it's supported. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to solve this in this video. It's so weird. So, looking at what we have so far for this project section, I think the mobile styles seem pretty good. Let's just do another check. So here's a design in Figma. Okay, it looks good. The view project links actually look a bit different in the design. Font weight is 700, so it's bold. But in Figma, I don't know if it's bold. No, it's bold and 16 pixels. And the spans are AG body. Yep, 16 pixels. And this is, oh, it's a clamp thing. Let's see what the sizes are in the design frame. Body text is 18 pixels. So 16 pixels for the labels, for the tags, I mean, is different. 16. It does look slightly bigger, so we'll just go with what the design has. And then here, what's the computed font size? 16 also. Wait, I think that's different than what we had. I wonder if I took the 16 pixel size from here. Oh yeah, 16. Okay. Well, they're all the same font size, so I think it's okay. I think sometimes it's just the difference between how fonts look in the design versus how they look on the web. Because this doesn't look quite bold, even though it says it is. So it's just a weird little thing. Yeah. So I think we're good for the mobile styles. And we fixed the horizontal scrolling. That was very painful, if you couldn't tell. And I guess I would, sometimes I think of myself as a CSS expert, but I still get tripped up with stuff like that. So either I'm not an expert, or even experts get tripped up by stuff. So I guess you can just choose whichever one you think is more accurate. All right, now for tablet, this grid goes from 1 column to 2 columns, and it does the same for desktop. I think I'm just going to still just have these 2 items, just because we still need to figure out the active state for desktop, which I think is going to be tricky, and it could possibly lead us to have to change the markup. So I don't want to create items in the HTML for all these yet until we know that the markup won't change, just to reduce work that we will do in the future. But I think we can definitely safely change the grid template to 2 columns for tablet. So let's do that. So we're down at the bottom. Projects grid. So like we did in the past, we're just going to make one media query for all the different elements in this section. So media min width, I think it's 32.5 EMs. Let's see if that's the case. We'll do a search for this. Nope. Min width 37.5. Let's go back to the bottom. Okay. And the selector is going to be projects grid, I believe. Is that right? Yes, so grid template columns. Wait a minute. I said grid template columns. Oh yeah, I did make it 2 columns because of the links, or because of the project's name being 1 column and this being 2 columns. So I think we'll have to make this, I guess it could still be 2 columns, and then we'll just change the grid column, the span. Actually, maybe it'll be fine for the headline and the contact, because they will still, this is 2 columns, projects, and the left column on the projects will be 1 column, and then contact me, and the right side will be the 2nd column. Then we just need to make the projects item span 1. Here we go. So this is what we'll have to put in the media query. Everything else I think can remain the same. And we'll say, if I just say span 1, I wonder if that would work. Let's see what happens for tablet. Oh, well then. Okay, I guess that worked. And just out of curiosity, I'm just going to copy this project item just in the browser and duplicate it. Just to see. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Okay, well, I guess that worked. That was pretty easy. I might have to change the gap because it's on tablet 24 pixels between columns, and then between rows it's 60. So we will have to change the gap. Projects grid gap, and then it was row gap comes first. So between rows that's 60, and then 24 between columns. I believe that's how it's done. Yeah, 24 and 60. Okay. Oh yeah, I only did it in the browser. Just duplicate that a few times. Okay, so yeah, 24 looks correct, and then 60 between them. Nice. So that's kind of cool because, yeah, so it's still 2 columns, but the 2 columns are just bigger on tablet than on mobile. All right. So I think that's good for the tablet version. So now we just need to worry about desktop. And the desktop hover states. So let's remove the device emulator thing. Here we are in desktop. The image, I think, needs to change. So it looks like it is using a desktop image, which is good. But I think we'll need to change the width of this. So maybe for desktop, maybe width of 100%. And then height of auto. Okay. And this will be project's image for desktop. Min width. The desktop breakpoint is 60 something, 62.5. So I'll copy that, go to the end. This is the desktop breakpoint, and we're going to say projects image width 100%, height auto, and I feel like there might have been something else that I forgot. No, that seems good. Okay, so now let's go back to our site, and the images are good. They're not skewed. Let's check the gap between them. 30 and 69. Probably just round that up to 70. So 30 and 70. And that will be this, the project's grid gap property. 30 and 70, I think it was. Oh, I think that should be different. The row gap comes first. There we go. $30 and $70. Good. And then let's just again copy and paste, just duplicate this in the browser. Okay, and that looks pretty good. So now is what I think is going to be the slightly tricky part is the active state and making sure that it's accessible as much as possible. So we have the image as an image tag. And when you hover over, I'm assuming the image, we want there to be this overlay, and then the links will be there. Now, since right now we have the links here, I think we'll have to use CSS grid, as we mentioned before, to overlap the links text over the image here in the picture. So what I think that means is, let me think about this. I can make this a grid parent. Let's test it out in the browser for now, maybe. So projects item, we're going to say display grid. So it's a nested grid. So this item is going to be a grid parent within this projects grid, and it's totally okay to nest grids. I do think that sometimes having a lot of nested grids might cause some performance issues, at least on Firefox. So you don't want to nest too much, but I think having one grid inside another is okay. So the project's item is going to be the parent, and grid template columns will just be one FR, and then maybe we'll let the grid template rows just be auto. They'll be intrinsic rows, so it'll just create rows as needed. And then I'm going to explicitly position the picture grid row. Hopefully this works. 1 to 2. And then I'm going to do the same thing for projects links. Grid row 1, 2. Oops. So maybe that didn't work. Let's try grid template columns. Maybe explicitly say repeat. And how many rows do we want? We want the image, the name, tags, and links. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. Let's just make sure we have that right. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's hidden. So I think that's right. So repeat 4, and I'll just try auto. Oh, and this should be grid template rows, not columns. Let's turn on the grid inspector. Let's try orange. Okay, so I need to say grid column also. 1 to 2. Should only be one column here, so I wonder what happened. Okay, I might need to just put it in the code because I don't know if maybe there's some bugs in the dev tools or not. So on the desktop, we'll say projects item. So this is what encloses everything in the project. Display grid. And we want template columns. One column. Grid template rows. We want 4 of auto height. And then project's image is going to be grid column 1 to 2, and then grid row 1 to 2. And then we actually want to do the same thing for the, okay, so here's a project's item for the picture. Maybe we need to give this a class. All right, let's just try picture because I can't remember. because project image is the image tag. So yeah, we'll see if this works. That might not work. And then the other one was the links, project's links. And we actually want them in the same grid column and grid row as the image. So let's see what happens now. Something is a little bit wonky here. Let's try the... Okay, so there's one column. Picture. Okay, it looks like it needs to be not on the project's image selector, but on the picture. Okay. See if that helps. Okay, I think I did see some overlap, which is good. Yeah, so here's a project links, which looks like it is in the same thing as a project picture. Okay, great. There's some space under here. Oh, it's because of the paragraph. Do I need that margin bottom? Margin block end. I did add that. I think we maybe don't want it for desktop because it'll add additional space. Here, project tags. Margin block end, we'll set this to 0. And we don't need units because it is 0. Okay, now at least the margin at the bottom's gone. So what we want to do here is we want to, let me just get out of the grid thing since we know that's working now. We can actually see the links up here. We need to align that. So I wonder, we might need to add on projects links to the styles that we have for desktop. We'll say justify self center and then align self center. So now we can see that the links are centered. So let's just add those to the properties. Projects links. And there we go. Now we need to do the overlay when you hover over the image. So maybe we should add a class to here. I'm just kind of curious. I'm trying to figure out if the hover should be on the picture element. Let's just try this. Hover, outline. Okay, so I think the picture selector should be okay. So when we hover, we want to want there to be an overlay, and it's going to be this gray color, so it's slightly opaque. I mean. And I'm probably going to do this using a pseudo element, the before or the after element. Probably the after element, because then it'll be after the content of the element. So it'll be on top naturally without having to set z-index. Since with z-index, how they do it is they'll stack things on top that come later down the page. And you can make an overlay using a linear gradient background image, but unfortunately, you can't do animated transitions on linear gradients, which we probably want to do when you hover so it's not such a jarring change. So that's why we need to use the pseudo element. So projects item picture, add another selector here for that. And I'm going to say after. And when you're using pseudo elements, you need to make sure that you are setting the content field. Even if there's nothing in there, it just needs to be an empty string like this. Otherwise, the element's not going to exist on the page at all. And I will say position absolute, which means that we should set the parent to position relative so that it doesn't fly up off the page. And I'm going to say width 100%, bottom 0, and then background color, we'll say a dark gray. Maybe it should be 0. So let's just see if we can get this to work and show up on our website first. It's not there. Here's the picture element with position relative. And then here's the after pseudo element. So I guess that works. What also works is you can set, instead of width, you can just say top 0, right 0, left 0. That kind of does the same thing. So the problem is right now it's not appearing because the width is set to 100%, height is of 0 because it's absolutely positioned. So I think that should work fine. Hold on. The problem there is that you can't really see this, but there's a little gray bar because the overlay extending below the image. So I wonder if we need to change the little gray bar, and let me actually change the color so you can see this a bit more easily. You can see under here, and that's because of the margin bottom of the margin block end of the image. So I wonder if we need to set that on the picture instead. So it does the same thing. So let's just do that quickly first. On the image, here we go. So since there's no other rules, we can say project's image picture, set it there, and then height of 100%. And then I think we don't need the bottom anymore. Okay, let's try that. I forgot. Wait, is there position absolute? Okay. Wait, did all my styles not go through? Oh, I think it's project's item picture. There we go. So I think I had to set the top to 0. Okay. Here we go. Maybe I'll set it after. Okay. So initially we want this to be opacity 0. And then if you hover over the image, which I suppose is the picture, then we'll set it to opacity of, 0.5 or something. So if you hover over the picture, which we'll do with the pseudo class, then the after pseudo element will have an opacity of 0.5. It's not working. Let's see what's going on. If I hover, So looks like the hovering doesn't seem to be doing anything. So let's try to, maybe there's a problem with the selector. So do I have the name wrong? Let's see. Actually, okay. The problem with selector is if I hover over the projects item picture, it's going to look for a child item also called projects item with a picture element. But this is not what I want. What I want is if you hover over the projects item picture tag, the after element of the picture tag should change to opacity. So we can actually just add this. We don't want a space. Okay. So now this should work. There we go. Yay. And let's add a transition to that. So transition, opacity, 150 milliseconds, ease in, out. There we go. Pretty good. And then the other thing we want to do when you hover is to make the links visible. Because right now, I think it's under the image. Maybe because I set the after pseudo element to position absolute, which makes it higher in the stack. I don't remember. Okay, here we go. So it sort of appeared. So we'll set a z-index of 1 to make sure it's on top of the overlay. Links. There we go. Okay, so now hovering over the image makes this work, makes the overlay appear. However, hovering over the links makes the overlay disappear because you're no longer hovering over the image, but over the links, which is separate. So we'll have to make the overlay also have opacity when the links are hovered. Let's see if we can do this in CSS. So projects links hover. Oh gosh, this is going to be difficult, I think. Projects links, when you hover over that, you want the after pseudo element of the picture to be displayed. But I don't think you can do that with a selector. There's no like, they are siblings, but I don't think this will work because the links comes after. Or 0.5, I guess. Yeah, this is not going to work. So if I hover, it's hovering, but the thing is not getting selected. The after pseudo element. Yeah. Make this. Let's see. Adjacent sibling combinator and general sibling combinator. Adjacent sibling lets you select an element directly after another element. Okay. And general sibling. It's very similar to the adjacent sibling combinator selector. The difference is that the element being selected doesn't need to immediately succeed the first element, but can appear anywhere after it. So unfortunately, there's no previous. I don't think there's a previous sibling selector. Okay, yeah, this doesn't look like there is. Yep, there's no previous sibling selector. So we could do. So there's a couple solutions to this. One is we actually change the markup so that the project links are before the picture. Which still isn't working. Let's just see if this will work. And honestly, I might just add a class to this. Projects picture, for lack of a better word. So projects links hover, projects picture after. Let's see if this does anything. Oh, okay, so that did work. So this solves the problem for desktop. The only problem is that for mobile, links need to be at the end. And usually you don't want to change the order of items just using grid or flexbox. You kind of want things to be in the same order as they appear in the HTML in the DOM. So if we want to keep the same set of links, these should be at the end, I think, because that's how they are in the mobile and tablet designs. So another thing that I think we could do is, let's undo moving the links. Actually, let's keep the class since we might need it. I'm gonna move the links back down to the bottom. I think they were here. Yeah. So the other thing we could do is change the hover. Instead of hovering over the image, you could hover over the entire project's item. So like if we hover anywhere over that, and that should solve it because the project's links are inside the project's item, so it'll still maintain that hover state. Let's see if that would work. Here we go. So project's item, hover. And then let's actually change this selector project's picture after to use the class when we can. So let's make sure the hovering state. Okay, so this works. And it doesn't unhover when you go over the links. The only, I guess, slight issue is that you can see now, since the text here is part of the project's item, even if you hover over those, it will show the links. But I think that's not actually a huge issue. So yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Because at least the order will be the same in the DOM. The links will be at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, hover states are kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's adjust the name of the selector. Just double check and make sure it works. Yeah, so I think this is good. The other thing we want to do is make sure for... Oh, didn't hide. It's not hidden anymore. Opacity 0. And I want to actually show the links. So projects. So also when you hover over this, we want the project's links to have an opacity of 1. There we go. Okay, I think that's actually pretty good. Oh yeah, we'll have to fix that because the markup's different. So this is an example of why you don't want to just add all the markup all at once because it might change. So this is the unchanged markup, which is why it looks weird. I think as we changed some of the classes and stuff. Let's fix that. So I think it was adding the class on the picture was the main change. There we go. Okay. So this looks good. I think this matches what we need to do in the design. We also want to make sure that it's accessible. So one thing I'm worried about is tabbing. You want to be able to reach these links via tab. So if you see, I'm using a tab key right now. So it's sort of tabbing to the first links. Contact me. Then after that, where does it go? Okay, so this is interesting. So contact me, and I'm pressing tab to go to the next link. And we don't see anything. But if we hover over here, it is actually navigating. So what we want to do is when these links have focus, we want to, trigger the overlay and show the links also. So projects links, let's make sure we have the selector correct. I think it is focus within. Let's just say outline. Solid and opacity to 1. Okay, so focus within is what we want. And we're running into the same issue where we want to affect the overlay. We want to affect the overlay, which is in the picture, but it's a previous sibling. So let's just read a little bit more about this. Focus within matches an element if the element are focused. Oh, if the element or any of its descendants are focused. So I could put this on the parent. Let's see if this works. So project item focus within, and then we'll set project links. Didn't seem to work. Maybe it's a DevTool issue. Okay, let's try this again. So projects item focus within. Then we want the projects links to have opacity 1. Let's just add the outline. Oh, it worked. Oh my gosh. Okay, so when it has a focus within, projects links will be opacity 1, and then projects image after, which is the overlay, will have opacity 0.5. Okay, so this is still looking good. Now let's tab. I need to refresh. Tab. Dang it. Maybe my selectors were wrong. Projects item, focus within. Projects image. Oh, picture. Oh my gosh. Class name was wrong. Okay. Tab. Yay! Oh, wonderful. So now you can successfully navigate using the tab key. Hovering works. Tab. Wonderful. a lot of space here. It's probably because of this. Not that it doesn't matter a ton, but was it not centered before? I guess before, because projects and Contact Me was about the same height. You couldn't totally tell. Okay, so I need to add this. But now on desktop, because project is so much bigger in height, it was much more obvious how it's still aligned to the top by default. So let's add this project's contact. Okay. Now, let's try again. So we're going to tab. And this is looking kind of not so good. Yeah, all the focus. So let's maybe change the focus out to be a little bit more like the something a little bit more similar to the design. So all the links are what get focus. And then also the form elements, but maybe we can figure that out later. Right now, let's say a focus. I think focus visible is what we want. And people often, I would say, since I experience this myself, they don't like how the outline looks because yes, it can look kind of ugly, but you should never say outline none because that will take away the outline, which takes away keyboard users being able to see where they are on the page when they're using tab. So do not do that. That is very not accessible friendly, but instead set the outline to something that's similar to the design. So let's say 2 pixels solid, and we'll use the green accent color. So let's try that. So now when we're tabbing, you can see it's here. And something you also do is you can add outline offset. Let's say 2 pixels to add a little bit of, I guess you could call it padding. So now you can see there's a little bit more offset. See how it looks. It's not bad. Almost feel like a different color or maybe a different style might be nice. I know you can do dashed. Let's try that. So that's kind of interesting. What if there's another accent color I could use from here? Yeah, it seems like green's the main accent color that they got, which is like fine. You know, it's not a huge deal. Just trying to make it look like slightly nice. I wonder if white would be better. Kind of like the accent color. Let's just do the accent color. Yeah. See, now you can tell when things are having focus, which is much more friendly for keyboard users. Okay. Yeah, I think we got everything going. So I think all we need to do is just create the markup for the other items, and this section should be pretty good. Okay, so projects item, and I'll just maybe copy and paste this. Is that right? Okay. So duplicate it. How many times? There are 6 projects. And now we have 2, so I need to duplicate it 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just save and make sure we have the right number. Okay, perfect. So now I'll just adjust the image and the copy. So to the web app. Okay, this is the first one. Second one we did. Third one is project 3. I'm assuming all the sizes are the same. So to do web app. And then it uses JavaScript too. Okay. And the next one is entertainment web app. This is number 4. And also has JavaScript, so we'll just duplicate this. Save. This is number 5. And it is memory game. I wonder if there's a more, like, I don't know, interesting way of describing what's going on. That'd be interesting to make a memory game website that's like accessible if you know, have to use a screen reader so that it can like read out what tiles have turned over. That would be kind of interesting. But that's an idea for another time, I think. We could say a memory game with circular tiles and different symbols. Memory game. Maybe a screenshot of memory game with circular tiles that have symbols. For player memory game with circular tiles that have symbols. I guess that works. Memory game. It's just like if you think about someone navigating this with a screen reader, what alt text would, help them, I guess, just help them know what is on the screen in kind of an imaginative more way. So entertainment app. What does this look like? So it's like, looks like a YouTube type clone. So you could say maybe a video YouTube style web app that it plays videos basically. So it's a bunch of thumbnails. Yeah, so I don't know. Screenshot a video player app with grid of thumbnails of movies and TV shows. The to-do web app. Oh, here we go. So screenshot of to-do web app showing a list of tasks. A list of active and complete tasks. And then what we have here, e-learning landing page. So it looks like it's kind of like a Skillshare type platform where you can look at courses. I think I didn't even update this. Screenshot of learning platform website with different courses. Yeah, so it's like I don't really know the right thing to put here. So design portfolio site. Maybe we'll just leave that one as is. Okay. I think I got as far as the memory game one. And this is the last one, so it's going to be 6. And then what site is this? Art Gallery Showcase. Art Gallery website with a masonry grid of famous works of art. Maybe since this already is going to say Art Gallery Showcase, you can just say masonry, a grid of thumbnails of famous works of art. I guess that is good. It's Art Gallery Showcase. And it has JavaScript. Okay, well, let's see what this looks like. Is there a transition on this? I can't remember. There is not. Okay, that's clearly too slow. I'm trying to make the transition slower on the links versus the overlay, so that they will show up a little bit after. So maybe 400 is good. This will be for projects links. Maybe we just need this for desktop because that's where the hover stuff is. There we go. See, now there's a slight delay, which I think is kind of nice. Cool. Okay, looks pretty good. Here's a tablet viewport. Uh-oh. What's happening here? When does this go to mobile? Oh, we'll need to center that too. So this is an issue. I think it might be because I need to set the image width. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Looks like I also need to add the margin block end for there. Let's do this first though. And this should be for default styles. Is that right? Yeah, it needs to be the image tag itself, which is inside the picture. So let's put this later. And we also need to change this to be projects picture. Okay, let's see if this works. Here's desktop. Okay. Tablet. I feel like, is this skewing a little bit? Let's calculate the aspect ratio. So right now, initially it is 343 by 253. Width of heart is 1.36. If I change it, this is where it starts looking a bit strange. So 1.36. So the width of this is 282.333 divided by 208.25. No, that's right. So it's just an optical illusion. And then at some point, it looks like it's wrapping. Let's use the device emulator and select an older iPhone. That still looks good. So I think we're fine. Down to 320. I'm going to add some spacing under those. Oh yeah, we need to add the space under the image, 20 pixels. Wait, why is that not working? That's weird. It's working on desktop, but not on mobile. It's very strange. Would margin bottom do anything? Huh. What's it display value now? Inline. Okay. So project's picture needs to be display block. And I'm guessing because on desktop, we were doing some other stuff. It's a grid child, so it automatically will be like, have the margin take effect. But on mobile, it's not a grid child item, so the margin block end doesn't work. So we can do display block. I think we can also do display flow root. Display flow root basically just means it'll make these different properties that won't take effect for display inline elements and make it happen without affecting anything. But you can use display block too. Here we go. Okay, so now that's working. Okay, that doesn't look great. This is 40 pixels. I think it's just the 320 is just a little bit too small. Yeah, this is kind of why I'm actually tempted to change the design, and this might not fly depending on what design you're working with, and just make it one column and centered for all these things, because this is also stacked anyway. Justify self. Start. Maybe this should be centered on mobile. For grid, we want to justify items centered. I think that actually might be a bit more consistent with the design. Okay, let's maybe try that. So I'm going to change the grid column for both the project's contact and project's headline and the project's headline for mobile styles. And then I think we don't need these. Something looks slightly off here. What's going on? This looks centered. This does not look centered. Oh, it's because of the this. That looks centered now. And then this does not look centered. Oh, it's because of the So I need to move these to the tablet thing. So projects tag span, let's look for margin inline end. And this should move to the tablet. And then the links thing too. Okay, let's see if that helps. And I actually want these to might have to make this a, let's try flex. And then align content center. There we go. Because the default is stretch, which does that. So, and then let's just add a little gap. Okay, that's much better, I think. So project links by default will do this, and then we may have to cancel that out for tablet and desktop. We'll go back to display block, which would cancel out all the flex styles. I think that's a little better. It's a little bit more readable in my opinion. Maybe I should do the same thing here. Where I'll say display flex. Justify content center gap. I think it was less. Something like that. This will be in projects tags for mobile. Okay. I think that's better. I mean, this is definitely going away from the design. I think it's just hard to fit both links here on the same line and the titles. So obviously you might not always be able to change a design to the degree that I have here. But Now I have to change this project's headline header. I'll change the grid column for tablet. And I think we can actually do the compound one. Projects, what was it? Contact. And then projects, contact will have to be align self center. Projects contact. And we'll have to get rid of this stuff too, the centering. Start text align left. Did this even do anything? Oh, it did. Okay, we'll set this to display block to make it left aligned. Okay, projects grid. Justify item start, text line left for tablet. Okay, and then I'll have to set display block for projects tags. And then here, projects links will do the same thing. Maybe make a compound selector. There we go. And let's just check our design. So everything's left aligned. Oh, I need a text transform uppercase for the tags. Okay, this actually looks pretty good. Centered here. Left aligned here. On desktop, it is also left aligned. All right, sweet. Okay, so I think that fixed it pretty okay. I think I'll just leave that because if I add a margin bottom, it's going to be there all the time. Okay. Wait, the contact me needs to be on the left, or on the right rather, for desktop. right? Yeah. This is for projects contact on desktop. We'll put this at the beginning. There we go. Oh yeah, tablet. There we go. So desktop, tablet, and mobile. All right. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. All right, so the project section is done. Okay, so after the portfolio section, we have the contact form. So this is the desktop view that I have open right now. And looks like we have two columns with the description on the left, and then we have the actual form elements on the right. And here they're displaying the different styles if what you have in the text fields are the wrong format. So there is going to be some form validation going on here. And the button's going to be at the bottom. Looks like it's a similar style as the Contact Me buttons earlier in the website. And then we have the rings image on the left side. So this is desktop. Let's check out the tablet. So in tablet, it looks like everything's in one column. All the text is the same. And the rings image is down at the bottom left-hand corner. And it looks like the alignment for everything in the form elements is the same. It's left aligned, and the text itself on the page is centered. Then if we go down to the mobile view, looks pretty similar to the tablet view, where things are centered. You have the button on the right side, and then the rings image is on the bottom. And let's just see. Yes, so the rings image is on the bottom here too. And I guess the message is going to be a text area field, since you want it to be able to contain more text than just the name and email fields. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that's going to look like with the style having that line at the bottom, but yeah, let's just start getting set up with the markup in HTML. So I'll probably just use grid again to make it 2 columns on desktop and then 1 column on mobile. But we can start with just doing the mobile version. So the contact headline is going to be an H2 tag, and then this will just be, like a paragraph. Then we have the form elements and the button, and then there's a line at the bottom, similar to some of the other sections on the site. So let's go to our index.html file, and let's just close up the project section. And create a new section tag. And I'm going to say section contact. And then, like the other sections, we'll add a div with a class of wrapper. And I'll say contact wrapper, just in case we need to have section-specific styles for the wrapper. And then let's kind of plan out what this needs to look like so that we can have 1 column on mobile and tablet and 2 columns on desktop. So what I might need to do is kind of wrap the content in the page, the headline and the paragraph, in a div, and then the form will be its own set of markup. So I think we can do that. So let's say contact text, and then here we'll say h2 contact, and I think we'll add a class as well just in case we need that. So contact header, I think, is what I was using. Let's make sure we have our names. Yeah, projects. Oh, headline. So we'll call it headline. And here we'll have a paragraph. We'll say contact description, and we'll copy in the text here. Or actually, I think we actually had the copy here. What did it say? I would love to hear about your project. So we'll delete all this stuff here because I think I was just copying and pasting from a design file. And I think this is just a curly quotes. I don't know why it's highlighting it like that. Maybe because we'll just make it a straight quote. And then we'll have a form. So for a form, class contact form, and we're not going to add, actual functionality here. We're just kind of making it look right, and we want to make sure the markup is correct. So let's check out MDN just to make sure we have everything correct. The form element in HTML. And again, like when you're building stuff, you don't have to have everything memorized off the top of your head. Even if you think you remember how to build something, it's always helpful to check out a reference just to make sure you have everything right so that you don't have to go back and have to redo things. So here we have form. The form tag encloses everything. And then we have a div. And then there's a label. And then there's an input, which is the text field. So the input has a label that is associated with it. And you can see here it says label for name. And in that for attribute, the name is supposed to match, I believe, the name of the input text. I'm sorry, the name of the input field. And I think ID is not for the label thing, but let me just make sure. Name the form. So you need to add a form name. And then there's a field set if there's like a radio button list or checkbox list to keep them together. Let's check out the label. See, I'm trying to figure out if the label's for attribute value needs to match the input's name or the ID. I think it's a name, but I'm trying to check. Okay, looks like it's for the ID. To explicitly associate a label with an input element, you first need to add the ID attribute to the input element. Next, add the for attribute to the label element, where the value of for is the same as the ID in the input element. Okay. Alternatively, you can nest the input directly inside the label. That's interesting. Let's also check out the developer accessibility guide just to see if they have any suggestions for forms. Here we go, forms. Let's look at the good example. Okay, and this is telling us again that the for attribute should match the ID of the input. Each group of radio buttons and checkboxes has a field set legend structure, which we don't need since there aren't any of those in our form. I'm just curious about these sort of irritating screen reader behaviors. Input type text. The max length option is not announced by the screen readers. And these are different types of screen readers, NVDA and JAWS. Okay. Multi-select's not announced. So add information about it in plain text to form controls. For example, when using max length 20, you can add this information to the controls label, like full name, max 20 characters. So that's kind of good to know. Okay. This is what I was sort of curious about. It says avoid labels that surround inputs, which is what the MDN was saying you could do here. I wasn't sure about the accessibility on that, and it says that they do not recommend to put the form control inside the label. So we will not do that. And it's really helpful. They have a good example that we can look at. Just trying to make this a little more readable for you if you're watching this. This is kind of good to know. So the form tag, and it looks like there's they put things in divs. So they're putting the label and the input inside a div with class control. I'm curious what that control class does. Looks like it's just adding a margin. So just for alignment purposes. So that might be something we'll do just in case we end up needing that. Okay, and the other thing with form elements is you want to be able to navigate it with the keyboard if you need to also. So you can see here, if you keep tabbing, it will highlight as it focuses on each of the form controls. So the only thing that we really need to, I think, worry about is making sure we have our ID match the for attribute on the label. So we'll leave the action blank. That's for if you want to either get info when you submit the form from the server or post info. Since this is a contact form, I'm assuming this would be a post, but I'm just going to leave it blank since we're not actually putting anything in here. So maybe we'll just follow the same naming. Maybe we'll say contact control. And then in here, we'll add a label. And then let's see what the fields are. So it is name, email, and then message. So name. And then we'll add an input. Type text is a default. And ID is name. And I guess we'll say name is also name. So name, email, and message. I think it's simple enough that we can just duplicate this. Email. Email. And then contact control. And this is a message which is going to be a text area. Let's see if the example had that. Oh yeah, so the biography field is a text area, so you can see it is bigger. Text area, ID biography. So that's really all we need. Just make sure we have the right tag name. And this is going to be message. Text area. Do the same thing. ID, and then size. We'll just leave that as is for now. And then we need the button, so the submit button at the end. So this one is register. So it's just button, a button tag with the type submit. So let's just copy this. Put it in another contact control div, button type submit, and I think the actual text is send message. Okay. So now let's just see what we got so far. So this is the default form styles. So you got your text boxes here, text area, and then the button. So we're going to have to style this. Looks like it just has a line. So when it's focused, it has a green line and then red for invalid. And let's also just look up accessible form styles. Okay, that was not a lot of info. Actually, let's see if that blog. There's no style notes, it looks like, but let's read about the validation. Validation messages need to be associated to the form controls to make sure screen readers don't miss them. This is done best using ARIA. Okay. So here's an example with validation messages, and let's check it out. Looks like they're using jQuery. Validate input. Oops. So when there's an error, they're using jQuery to add a new paragraph element with the class of error. I thought that HTML forms sort of have native validation now. So ARIA described by. Trying to see where they are putting this. Oh, here we go. Let's read this. Just trying to see what they're actually doing. Maybe we can look at the example and try it out. So what I'm doing here, I'm trying to see how they're changing the markup. So let's click register. Oops. Let's try that again. Okay. Looks like it's not actually working. Hmm. Oh, HTML5 client-side validations. So this is what I was sort of thinking about. So required, we can add a required attribute to, I guess, all the fields, maybe not the message. And type email. Okay, I think I'm not going to do too much validation for this form. We'll just use the existing HTML5 validation. Oops. Oh, interesting. It's possible to use the valid and invalid CSS pseudo classes. So we'll probably do something like this. So first, let's make these required. I guess this should be required too. And then I'm just curious. Let's see if this works. Please enter an email address. That's pretty cool. Oops. Okay, so it looks like that worked. So I think now we can start doing the style stuff. Okay, so first thing we want to do is make sure the size is right. So this is 40. And I hopefully have taken care of the sizes already. It's 27. I want this to be the same size as the projects, basically. I believe. Yeah, projects is 40. Oh, class of header XL. So I need to add that class. Here we go. And the paragraph should be the same. Yeah, so I think we're good there. And we do need to center everything. So we only want to center the title and the paragraph. So I'll just set text line center on contact text. Let's go into our styles. Add a comment for contact. And I guess I should probably add in all these selectors that we have here. Contact. Contact wrapper. Contact text. I think the header is okay. And description I think is okay too. So contact form. Contact control. And then want to style the inputs too. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe use the contact control. And then input. And then we might need another one for text area. And maybe we'll have a compound one for both of them. Just since they're sharing some styles. Okay. The first one we wanted to do was contact text and make that text align center. Let's make sure that works and it is centered. And then the next up is the forms. So it's going to have placeholder text. And then when you start typing, the placeholder text will disappear. So placeholder, we'll say name. Placeholder email. Message. There we go. And according to the design, the labels are not shown, but I think they might be necessary for screen readers. So let's just quickly look here again. Okay, this is just a very basic example where they do use labels. Doesn't look like they have a section on placeholder text. Yeah, they don't. That's fine. So I think I might just use that visually hidden class. I think it was. Yeah. So I'll add those to the labels. So I think they should still be visible or readable by screen readers, but they will not show up on the page. Okay. So here, everything is stacked, basically full width. So I think I just need to say input and text area width 100%. Looks like that's not working. Do I need to set it to actual pixel width? I don't know if this is a bug in the DevTools or not, or if I'm just doing it the wrong way. Let's see. Okay. Yikesies. Yeah, I don't know why the DevTools are being kind of buggy. Like sometimes it updates and sometimes it doesn't. Anyway. So I need to restyle this so there's really just a 1 pixel line at the bottom. So I know you're not supposed to do this, but I'm just trying to see. I think maybe first I want to cancel out the border. And then actually it's just the bottom border that I want. Okay, so we'll do something like this. Oh yeah. Background, transparent. Oops. Okay, what's going on? Oh, text 1. There we go. Not sure if I'm not sure if white's actually the stroke. Guess it is white. And the placeholder text is a bit darker, it looks like. It looks like it is white. That's weird. Okay. It really doesn't look white. Is the opacity set to something maybe? Oh, 50%. So it is white, but it's 50%. I wonder if we're doing this with the line. Okay, the line's fine. So placeholder text is 50%. And then I need to set the placeholder color, I think. Input placeholder. Let's see if this works. So I can select both the input and text area placeholders. And I also need the font size. 16. Let's see if it's the same for all of them. Looks like it might be. 16. Okay. Just say line height is also 1. Okay, so we're getting there. And I need to set the color to, I'm assuming, white. And the reason why I'm having to set all these things is because they're using the browser defaults right now. Okay. Text area placeholder looks smaller. Oh dear. That's weird. Did I not set the font size on the element itself? I guess not. So I think if I set the font size on the input elements, they will affect the placeholder pseudo elements. Still looks small. I can't tell if it's an optical illusion, but this message text definitely seems smaller. Right? Yeah, it's definitely bigger. I don't know what's going on. I'm very confused. It's the same size, but it looks bigger. Maybe it's a different font family. Oh, maybe it's a different font family. Okay. Explicitly set the font family here. See if that helps. Okay, now they look the same. That was so weird. So yeah, there's a lot of default styles for forms that you have to kind of cancel out. Looks like the line height is 26. 26 divided by 16 is 1.625. And we might need to add some padding as well. 16 pixels of padding or margin or whatever. A lot of times you want the same amount of padding on top and bottom. Let's try padding block. So then at least it's the same height. Maybe a little padding on the left and the right too. Yeah. 24 for desktop. So 24. Let's use pixels for these. Okay. Hey, we're getting there. And maybe a margin between them. I might have to eyeball this. Just trying to sort of line them up a little bit. Okay, so move it down a little bit. Doesn't seem to be working. Might be another DevTool bug. Or not. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but okay, now it's working. I only want to add it for the text fields because the text area might be different. Actually, maybe we should add it to the text area too because it needs space before the button. It's actually pretty close. I think that's okay. So that match is pretty good. So now I'll have to do the button styles. And this is the button. And I think we want to take the same styles as these links here. So I had a class of underline. Oop. Let's see if we can make it a compound selector. Not sure if this will work, but we'll see. Okay, it's kind of working. Maybe background color should be transparent, because I'm using background image for that underline. Let's copy these. And I think we'll also have to set the font family there too. So I wonder if actually it might be better to do it globally at the beginning. So for example, body, input, text area, button. Let's see if that works. There we go. That's better. And then that's aligned to the right. I feel like the needs more padding. Looks like the line's closer here than it is there, but I don't know. It's an optical illusion. 37 pixels height, and here it is 36, so should be about the same. Maybe it's just an optical illusion. So we need to align this to the right. I guess we could do display flex. Okay. I don't know what's going on with Firefox, but I think it's being very strange. I'm gonna add a helper class here. Align right for contact control. I'm going to use Flexbox. And it works. There's a little more space, 32 pixels. Yeah, I just haven't restarted my computer in a while. Okay, so that looks good. And maybe let's adjust these focus styles as well. Maybe wildcard. Okay, I'm good with that. The other thing is actually, I think the form focus styles are actually different. Yeah, so we don't want that. So another compound selector for input focus visible and text area focus visible. Hopefully this works. Changing the border bottom color. Okay, that works. I do think we should keep the default outline, even though it looks kind of weird. Because so maybe we'll actually change this to yes to use the same styles as the link ones. So maybe we'll just do a compound selector instead of a wildcard. I think wildcard might be a little bit of a performance hit. I don't really remember. Okay, I feel like that's kind of nice. And then the invalid. Invalid pseudo class. So let's try this. Invalid. And then what we'll do is outline color. We'll change to this red color. Invalid. Okay, now let's see if this works. Yay! Nice. 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 Cool. That's kind of fun. It actually wasn't as painful as I thought it might be. Okay, we do need to add a message here. And the icon. Here. Let's rename this, and then what is this actually? I wonder if I could just create this using CSS. It looks like they literally made it an icon. So we can just do that. I will rename this icon invalid. And I'm going to export it, which is hidden under this. I totally forgot about this. Export as an SVG. Okay, so I exported the file. So I'm going to put it into the assets images. Because I don't think they added it. Yeah, they didn't add it, so I'll just copy it here. So now icon invalid. And in VS Code, we can open it and then preview it. And this is what it looks like. So there we go. So we will have to probably need to use a pseudo class so I can store load the icon in the after pseudo class, and then we'll have to figure out the messaging. Okay, so we need to first get this exclamation point icon and load that as a pseudo element. I think I misspoke last time. I was saying pseudo class, but it's actually pseudo element for either the before or after pseudo elements, and figure out how to display that when the field is invalid. So I'm not sure if there's a straight up CSS way to do that. Maybe there's some kind of pseudo class selector for invalid. I think there might be. Let's find out. So CSS invalid pseudo class. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like there is a pseudo class for invalid, and I think actually maybe I did that already. Oh yeah, so here, invalid. So what I can do, I think, is load the SVG in the pseudo element, the after pseudo element, when the pseudo class invalid is in effect. So let's give that a shot. Let's just start with the input invalid, because I think the text area, I don't know if we need to use the icon there, but let's just try it out with the input first. So I'm going to say input invalid pseudo class, and we'll use the after pseudo element. And for content, I think you might be able to load an SVG in the content. Otherwise, we can load it as a background image. So CSS, SVG before. We'll just say before. Okay. Trying to see what would be a good source to use. Let's see if CSS Tricks says anything about that. Okay, this is updated 2019, so it's a few years old, but let's see if they talk about this. So it's using it as an image tag, which we don't want. Use it as a background image, so we can do that approach. I'm just kind of curious. Inline. Object. Maybe we'll just use it as a background image. Let me just search for content to see if they mention that. Okay, looks like they didn't. So maybe we'll just use it as a background image. So content needs to be an empty string so that the after pseudo element actually exists on the page. And then we'll say background image URL assets images icon invalid. And we should probably set a width and height for this. So let's see how big this icon image is. 24 by 24. So width 24 pixels, height 24 pixels, and maybe we'll make that rem so that it'll scale up nicely. Pull out the calculator, 24 divided by 16, which is the default browser-based font size, to go from pixels to rems, 1.5 rems. And I know it's really annoying to have to pull out the calculator every time. If you're not using Sass and using a function to convert from pixels to rems, which I usually do, another approach that I've seen is to actually create CSS variables, which we sort of did with the fonts. So we could actually do here, font size 24, even though we're not using it for font size. Where's the invalid? Invalid. There we go. Okay, I'm just seeing where it is in the file. It's up near the top with the global styles. So you can replace that with var fs24 because it's 24 pixels. And if I was using these CSS custom properties, I might not have fs for font size, but maybe say pixels or something like that, just as a reminder of what it actually is. But it's not a huge deal. So we're going to do that. And then I'm not sure if I need to make this a position absolute element, but let's just see what happens, straight up. So go back to our site and looks like, let's try reloading. I wonder if I wonder if you can't have a pseudo element for form styles, for forms. Pseudo element. Maybe it's not something you can do. Trying to see if it tells you what elements you can or cannot. Okay. Got to dive into the specs. So this is the w3.org. This is the basically the elders of the internet and all the detailed documentation on how stuff works and how browsers should load things. Let's see what they say. Pseudo elements behave just like real elements, yada yada. Maybe let's look for the before and after. Here we go. Okay, it doesn't actually say what elements can have a before and after. It's interesting that they have 1 colon when I think you're supposed to use 2 for pseudo elements, and 1 colon for pseudo classes. Okay, it doesn't apply to replace elements like image or to BR elements. So it looks like it should be able to be used on inputs. It's not showing up here. Let's just try to add it in the browser to see if it works. So first we'll do input invalid, and that seems to be working. Input invalid after. Oops. Content, and let's just set something. Let's just try to set an after pseudo element on the input. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't work. Yeah. Before and after render inside a container, an input cannot contain the elements. So we might have to put it on the control. Let's see if we can figure out if a selector can work for that. So contact control. Maybe using the has. CSS has. Actually, let's read that detailed answer a little bit more so we understand it better. Okay, so let's see if we can use the has pseudo class. Let's check out the can I use to see the support for it. Not supported in Firefox. So I'd have to use Chrome to do this. It's like, if I was using Chrome, I could use has, but I'm using Firefox, so I can't. And I sort of, just myself, I try to not use super cutting edge things until they are supported by basically every browser, except I guess IE. So I think, let's see if we can figure out a CSS way to do it without having to resort to JavaScript. I wonder if we could use the sibling selector. So this is invalid. We'll add some. Actually, maybe that'll work. That actually might work. Let's try that. So instead of loading this icon in the background image, we're going to, let's just delete this because it didn't work. Go to our HTML and go to the name. And we'll just make a span, I guess. Give it a class of contact invalid icon. I'm sure the name could be better. Or actually, maybe we could make this an image tag. Contact invalid icon. And oops. Since it is just decorative, we will have the alt text be blank. So screen readers won't read it out. There we go. And we'll set a width of 24, height of 24. And then contact invalid icon. Let's try to find it. Here we go. He'll just add it to the bottom here. With var fs24 height. You know, I can see the benefit of saving your sizes as variables because hopefully in the design you're kind of reusing a lot of the same numbers if it's consistent. So I can see getting used to this kind of approach for sizes in rems. I just want to set it here so that it will scale up instead of just using the pixel sizes from the image tag. Okay, so contact invalid icon. And by default, I want to say display none. But if the contact input is invalid, use a sibling selector, contact invalid icon should be display inline block to have it next to the text box. So what I am hoping to happen is at least to make it appear. So let's see what happens. Let's reload for good measure. Oh, and it's appearing. This is a little not cool because don't want it to appear like right away. That's a bit annoying. So my question is, why is the invalid pseudo class automatically loading? Like, why is it? I know it's required, but ideally I wouldn't want it to load initially. So let's just see how this form works with the native HTML5 validation stuff. So hopefully you can see this. So if I click send message, it'll go up to the field and then highlight it in red. Then if I type in something to make it valid, it turns to green. If I click off the form, it just doesn't appear, which is fine. So maybe we'll add this as if it has focus, because that's what's happening right now. Focus visible. Okay, let's see if that helps. Okay, so it's not appearing right now, which is great. Now let's click the send message button. And it is appearing. Okay, yay! And then maybe we'll just throw on some flexbox or something to align it. Maybe we do need to do position absolute. So it'll kind of overlay on top of the text box. So we'll say position absolute, and then we need to set position relative on the contact control. Let's delete that. Looks like it's not needed. Contact control, here we go. Position relative. And then if we go back to the icon, let's actually put this under the width and height. Let's say right is 0. Okay. This is good. I feel like we're getting somewhere. Okay. So this is cool. Let's reload. I notice that when we reload, when we save via the live server extension, sometimes Firefox doesn't refresh its styles, so you have to like do a hard refresh. So right is 0. Actually, let's manually make it focused so that the image won't go away. Okay, so right is 0. Top, we'll do the trick for centering things with position absolute is say vertically, top 50%, and then we'll do translate negative 50%. And we need to say 0. That didn't work. It's not centered. Why is that? Oh, looks like because the control is going all the way down. And why is that? Oh, because the input has margin end. So now we should add the margin end to the div so that this doesn't take up space. Because you can see the margin is added here. So I think if we add the margin bottom or margin block end from the input to the div, right now it's kind of throwing off the vertical centering because it's using the margin is adding to the height of the parent, the contact control div. And I don't want it to. So let's just see, where do we set this? Margin block end on contact control input. So I think I'm going to move that. here. This is set on the input and text area. So I'm going to set it here. Hopefully this will look okay. Let's refresh. Okay, so now let's try that again. Actually, let's just add it to the styles because I know this works. So here we go. Top 50%, translate 0, negative 50%. I'll add top on the beginning because that's where it starts. So now we're going to force focus visible, and it's invalid. Okay. Now I also want to make sure when we type, I guess if you start typing, it'll disappear. So maybe we'll put the image in a little bit so it's not right at the edge. You can use a translate for that actually. Negative. Okay. That actually looks pretty good. Add that to our code. Refresh. Cool. So we'll just add this to, it's a little not great because we're adding this image. We're going to have to basically duplicate this to the other forms too. Like if we could have just done it in CSS with the pseudo element, then we would only have to write it once and apply it to multiple text boxes. But unfortunately, it's not working that way. But that's okay. Yay. Okay. I think that's good. If we do look at the design, they have this message here, but I think because the form already is like having a message, it kind of defeats the purpose to have multiple messages. So I think maybe, we'll just leave it as is. And for here, I guess we can, maybe we'll position maybe we'll position the icon up here in the top right corner. So let's just do that too. Copy this, and here, text area. So because it's different, maybe we'll use a different selector. So what I could do is copy this, but I only want this to apply to the text area. And we'll say top of 0. And then translate. Let's just see what it looks like for the text area. Text area. And then the contact invalid icon. It's not interesting. It's not getting displayed. Let's see if we can make it show up with just our styles. So I'm going to try text area invalid, sibling contact invalid icon. And it's not getting selected, which is strange. Why is that? Weird. Text area invalid is working. Maybe just an image tag? Outline. 2 pixel solid. Let's just say maybe aqua. Oh, looks like it is working actually. I wonder if maybe... Interesting. So it is working, but it's just like not showing up. I think maybe I only set some styles to... Oh yeah, I only did it here. Okay, so let's just copy this. I guess we can just add it here too, but... So now it's... I only set display inline block for the input being invalid, not the text area. Because I thought I wouldn't have to do it for the text area, but I think it does need it. So let's try this again. Okay, there we go. There it is. Now let's force the state. Here we go. So now the image, now we can position the image. So, let's say translate none. Okay, that's good. So top of 0 and right of 0, negative 50%, and then 50% vertical. Okay. This is not lining up. Maybe I need to do this differently. So it's 1 rem top and then 24 pixels, which is 1.5 rems. So let's use those instead for positioning. So I'm just trying to position the icon with the message text because it looks kind of weird. So translate none. And what I want to do is say top 1 rem and right 1.5 rems. So I think that's better. Not quite there. We'll just do 1.2. Okay, much better. Okay, so we'll just have these different values for the icon in the text area. Okay, much better, I think. So click send message. And that looks good. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy with that. So this was the mobile version. So let's see what we have to do for desktop. Tablet is kind of the same. It's 100% of the width pretty much. Well, not really. It's 445 pixels. So let's see how this looks for tablet. So I think what we want to do is maybe set a max width to limit the width. So 445 pixels wide for tablet. And on desktop, it's also 445 pixels. So can set a max width on maybe the form itself. I think that should work. So contact form. Max width. 145 divided by 16 is 27.8. And then I guess we should center that. Margin inline auto. Now let's check our website. Cool. And then we'll have to set a max width on this as well. So you could just set it on the wrapper. Yeah, I'll set it on the wrapper for mobile and tablet. Actually, let's see what the actual styles are on the wrapper, just to make sure we're sort of doing it the same way. Okay, so wrapper, we'll just set the max width there. Contact wrapper. Have it up there. Okay, nice. Good, good, good. Let's check the iPhone again. And looks good. Yeah. iPad. Let's just double check that's what we have. Good. Okay, and then for desktop, the design looks different. It goes to 2 columns. So we'll probably use grid or something to lay that out. So let's see where we want to do this. So we need to figure out what we want the grid parent to be. And since I already created it where we have the wrapper, and then in that wrapper, the 2 direct children are the contact text and the contact form, it should be pretty easy to set this here. We'll make that the grid parent. So 445, 445. So we could sort of set it at 445. Yeah, let's just do that. So contact wrapper is going to be the grid parent. So we'll say, oh, also, we don't want to set this max width to, we don't want this max width to be set for mobile and tablet. So I might need to use a max width media query for this, because otherwise I'll have to, I want this to reset the max width to our default wrapper styles max width. So what if I can do that with like, where's the max width? With like inherit. I'm just curious. Oh, okay, so that works. So then it'll just inherit the don't want that. It's not, I want it to inherit the max width from the wrapper class. I wasn't sure if inherit would actually do anything. Because by default, it's getting a max width from the container. Yeah, so saying inherit makes it like 100%. So I think the best way would be to, yeah, use a max width media query for this rule. So let's add our media query for that. Don't have any yet. So this is different. max width, we want it to be wherever, right where that breakpoint for desktop is, and down, so that will happen for max, so that it'll happen for tablet and mobile. So let's go up to the top. So min width media query, 600 pixels was for between mobile and tablet. And then, actually, sorry, 62.5 is where desktop starts. So 62.5 times 16. I'm just trying to get the pixel width, so 1,000 pixels. So for the max width media query, I actually want to do 999.98 to be 0.02 different. And that's so we don't have any weird overlap. And this is something that I sort of landed on when I was researching when you mix min and max with media queries. You don't want things to overlap because there will be some weird behaviors there. And Bootstrap has this 0.02 difference between the min and max width media queries. So that's how they make sure there's no overlap. So I'm just using that too. So 999.98 divided by 16 to get EM. So 62.49875. I know that sounds really long, but that's what we need to do. Oops. Trying to get to the bottom here. EMs. And we'll just add a little comment here just in case. And now we can add our, here, contact wrapper max width. So I'm going to copy that. Then I'm going to delete it from up here because we don't need that there. So now it's only going to have this max width up to basically 1,000 pixels. So let's just make sure this works before we move forward. Scroll into view. Okay, so now it has a max width from the container. So if we go down, there we go. So here's where it hits tablet, desktop, and then tablet. So media query seems to be working just fine. Okay, so now let's go back and add our grid styles. So we're going to make the contact wrapper the grid parent. And actually, we probably want this just in desktop. So let's add our media query here. Min width 62.5 EMs. And then contact wrapper. I'll say display grid, grid template columns, repeat, and we'll say it was 445 pixels. So 27.8 rems. And repeat 2 times. Okay, so here we go. So I guess, oh yeah, so we'll need to add some more properties for grid, because right here, here's the whole grid parent. And actually, let's use the layout thing. Here we go, contact wrapper. Let's make this a little bit easier to see. So we have the contact wrapper and the 2 children, and you can see it's not going all the way across because the entire wrapper is here. And that's because I set them statically to 445 pixels. But what I want to do, if we look at the design, is they're kind of on the outer edges and the rest of the space is between them there. So what we can do, I believe, just double check in the browser before we add our styles, is justify items for the grid items inside. And hopefully this works. There's a space between for Flexbox, but it looks like grid doesn't have that, which I guess makes sense because it's a grid, like it's a grid. So there's no like extra space because you're setting it in the template. But I might not have that correct. So let's just check. As always, CSS tricks things. Justify. So maybe justify content is actually what I'm looking for. Justify content. Oh, here we go. Okay, justify content is for the entire grid container, which is what I actually want. So let's try that. Justify content space between. So now you can see all the extra spaces between there, and the two grid child items are on the edges. So let's copy that. There we go. And I think I need to change the alignment as well. So let's actually uncheck this grid stuff so we don't see it anymore. Go back to design, and yeah, everything is left aligned on desktop. And the form looks okay. Message text actually looks a bit tall. It's 107 pixels tall. So maybe we need to adjust that. Let's fix that first. Maybe have fewer rows. Okay, that's better. So this is 180, so let's try 4 rows. Man, that's small. How tall is this again? 107, so about 100, maybe 3 rows. Okay. I don't want to go any less than that, so I think 3 rows. It'll just be slightly taller than the design. Okay, much better. So let's left align this. Let's see where I set it. I set it on contact text. So if we go back to our styles in our desktop media query, contact text, text align left. And actually what we want, if we wanted to, since we already have this max width media query, we could just put the text center in there because it's going to be left aligned by default for desktop naturally. So then we can just kind of select we can just target mobile and tablet for the centering. So there we go. Now it's left aligned for desktop. And then center as soon as we break to tablet. So looks good. There's a lot of space down there. How much is here? 36 pixels on desktop. 20 on tablet. And 20 on mobile. So 20, 20, and 36. I'm not sure why there's so much space, but maybe I didn't even set the styles there. Looks like the margin is just from the default styles. Is that happening still on mobile? Okay, I guess it is. So header XL. Where else were we using this? Let's search. Header XL. So it's also being used up in the hero. And here I set the margin block end on the hero styles, which makes sense. So let's do that for the contact stuff too. Yeah, so contact headline is where we'll add the styles. Contact. Looks like we didn't add it anywhere. So add it before the form selector. Contact headline, margin block end. So that's what was margin bottom before. Yeah, I'm personally trying to move toward using the block start, block end, inline start, inline end for margin and padding, just consistently as much as possible. I think it's okay if you mix it. I think the browser will set them equally. They'll give them equal weight. So you could use them interchangeably, but I'm just trying to use these new ones more consistently. So it's going to be 20 pixels. So it's 20 and 36, I believe it was. So I don't have it here. I mean, yeah, we can go fs20 and then set it as a variable. 20 divided by 16 is 1.25. And then I think it was 36. So fs36, 36. 2.25. So now, contact headline. We can use our variable. So variable is going to be first fs20 for mobile and tablet, and then oh wait, this is in the wrong media query. This is in the tablet and mobile media query. There we go. Make sure this is working. Yep, we got 20 pixels there. And then on our form on desktop, it's 36. Cool. It looks like I need to have a different background color, and then I also forgot about the circles. So let's do the background color. Dark gray. And I think I saved all the colors in my variables already. Oh, looks like I did background contact for the contact form. And it's also used for the footer. Maybe I should rename this. Let's just make sure we're not using it anywhere. Yeah, we're not. Background body 2, for lack of a better word. So let's go back down to our contact stuff. So I want to set the background color on the contact, is the block, the BEM block class, because the section goes all the way across. The wrapper ends because it has that max width. So you don't want to set background colors there. So background color var bg body 2. And we'll have to do the same thing for the footer. There we go. So now we got there. We need to add some, I think, spacing. And is there spacing on the one before it? There is on the wrapper 80 pixels of space. Is that how many we have? 140 pixels of space on the bottom. Okay, so we need to fix this spacing issue here. So right now that 80 pixels is on the projects wrapper. So we're doing it section by section. So right now, the top of the project's wrapper is the space above the text. Looks like it's 140. So we just need to adjust that for the wrapper projects wrapper, the padding block. So 140. So now at least, yeah, there's more space. And then on the bottom, there's more space there. So let's see what we need on the contact. 84, and then I guess the lines at the bottom, 92. Let's just say, what was this, 140? 140 divided by 2 is 70. I'm just trying to make the spacing a little bit more related, but we'll just go with maybe, let's do 84 for both. So contact wrapper, padding block, we'll say 84 pixels, and we're going to use pixels because we don't want it to get like super, super huge if the base font size goes up. So that's why we're using pixels instead of rems for that. Okay, contact form, padding looks good. Padding at the bottom. And then the wrapper has this bottom border thing, which we had, where was that here? On the hero. So we added bottom border. Bottom border. So we can just add this helper class to the contact wrapper as well. That's what I like about helper classes. You can reuse them really easily. There we go. Okay, that looks good. And then for the footer, we're going to add the same thing. So we'll deal with that later. We do need to add the rings image here. So it looks like on the design there is some space under the contact text. Let's just see. It's about 327 height. Let's see what we have in our website. 550. So it's more, which is fine. I don't care that much about it. I just wanted to make sure there's some space at the bottom there. And things are aligned to the top, which is good. So it looks like we want to figure out what we want to sort of align the rings image to. So maybe the contact wrapper is what I'm guessing. So actually, let's try the section stuff because no, let's try the wrapper. Yeah, so we'll make this a child of the wrapper. So what we're going to do is add the rings, and let's actually see where else we use this. Hero rings, skills rings. So we'll just copy the markup and make the class different. So instead of skills rings, this will be contact rings. And then after this form stuff, contact rings. Position absolute. Left, I guess 0, bottom 0. And then we want to make the parent, which is the contact wrapper, position relative if it's not already. So just make sure things didn't get messed up too much. Okay, looks pretty good. And this is going to be off screen. I'm not sure what it's aligned to really. So I guess we can just use translate to, put it off screen. Actually, I think it needs to go on the section. So that as it gets wider, it'll go, but maybe it doesn't matter a ton. But yeah, I think I need to put it on the section. Because if it's on a super, super wide monitor, we still want it to be kind of off screen. And if the viewport is super wide, the wrapper is going to be in the middle. There will be so much space on the left side and the right side that the rings image will be fully on screen. So if we want it to be kind of going off screen, with that as a child of the section class, the section tag. And then make sure the section tag is position relative. And then contact rings is there. Okay, so now it's on this section. So you can see it's aligned even if the wrapper has a lot of space on the left side. So let's just try translate -50% to start. And if you have only one number in the translate property, it will be assigned to translate X, so the horizontal axis. Okay, so I think maybe not as much, because it looks like more than half of it is on. I mean, I guess we could try to use math, so... Well, no. I'm not going to use math. I mean, I guess I could try. It's 1015. So this thing is 1440. And 1440 minus 1015. That's the space. So it's on screen 325 pixels. And the width of the rings is 530. So 325 divided by 530, 61% is on screen. So we'll translate. Let's just round down. So 40% off screen. So 60% will be on screen. But, we could have just eyeballed that too. Okay, so it looks pretty good. And it's going to be up about 47 pixels. So we'll probably do something like bottom 47 pixels like that. And we'll just leave that maybe as a static thing. Okay. So let's also see where the rings are for tablet and stuff. So tablet looks like it is, even more off screen. Mobile also more off screen. So I might just use media queries to do this. So contact rings. And I honestly might just eyeball this. So this is going to be the desktop. So we actually want this to be a translate value to be for desktop. I'm going to copy that and maybe also the bottom. So for mobile, what do we want it to look like? 27 bottom on mobile, 47 for tablet. So maybe we'll add a tablet media query. Min width, and it was 32 not 5, but it was something related to that. Let's do a search for, if I can spell. Let's do a search for min width 37.5. Here we go. It's really too bad you can't use CSS custom properties in media queries, because that would be able That would be something that would be nice to save to a variable. Contact rings. So actually we can do this here, and tablet and desktop have the same bottom value, so don't need to add it again here. Okay, so now contact rings here, these styles will be just from mobile. So how far down was this? 97, that's quite a bit. And then translate was quite a bit off screen. Let's try 80%, maybe 75. And then for tablet, let's try. It's like, actually looks like the same as desktop. So maybe we'll just have the tablet styles for contact rings be the same for desktop. Okay. Here's the desktop. And actually, let's use the device emulator iPad. That looks okay. Actually, it's way more off screen for a tablet. Way more off. So let's put this translate negative 40% back for desktop. I'm just kind of eyeballing this stuff. Okay, that seems maybe a little less. $75 seems pretty good. Let's just check mobile again. Is it overlapping the form on mobile? Oh, it kind of is. Okay, well, I guess that's fine. Let's go back to desktop. Okay, so that looks, pretty good to my eyes. So I think the form section is complete, which is great. So now we need to do the footer, which I think looks like the header. Yeah. That's on desktop. Footer is the same as the header. This is tablet. It's the same. Mobile is the same. So I guess we can just use the same markup. Let's close this. Actually, close the main tag because the footer is going to be in the footer tag. So here's the header. And we honestly might as well just use the same classes, even though it says header in the footer. So we'll do this, copy that, put this in the footer, and we'll change the visually hidden header to say footer. So it'll just literally be the same. Oh yeah, let's delete that stuff. Extra stuff we don't need anymore. And then we also need to set the background to be that different color. Background color. So maybe we can add this to a helper class. And then we'll add that class to the footer and the section tag for the contact. Okay, we don't need this anymore. because all the content's there. Where should we add this? Maybe add it after the body. So I'm going to say background less dark. And then we'll take this class and add it to the footer and to the section tag for the contact section. Okay. So now it's just in one place. Body. Need to remove that padding bottom. There we go. And we need to add some space there too. So in the footer, 40 padding block start and 60 padding block end for the footer for mobile. Let's just start adding those styles in case we forget. Padding block 40 and 60. Then we'll have to add some media queries. So there we go. 30 and 40. So let's make a media query here. Let's also get the desktop one just for the heck of it. Well, not just for the heck of it, because we're going to need it. So now, I think it was 30 and 40. And then for desktop, it is 47 and 92. Okay. Okay, cool. So actually it's might be hard for you to see. So I'm going to add that body padding bottom. Let's just go 10 rems so you can see it in the video a little bit easier. Okay, so just pretend this is where the website ends. So we have the footer space. All the styles are working. And if we go to tablet, we got this. Let's just use a device emulator. Tablet. And then iPhone. Okay. So I think, yeah, I think that's kind of good. Let's just do one more check. Let's look at the whole website. So things look pretty good. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's do iPad. Always feels good when you like finish building a website. You feel very accomplished. All right, looks good here too. And we'll do desktop. And then I think the last thing we actually want to do is make these links work. Yeah. So we want those links to so there's one in projects and then one in the hero. So we're going to say contact and then hashtag contact. And we're going to make the ID of the contact section contact. Here we go. So ID. And in terms of using ID or class for stuff like this, I use classes for all my styles, and then I'll use the ID for identifying elements for functionality type stuff. So things like the anchor link, obviously it has to be an ID, but also for JavaScript stuff, I'll try to use an ID. Okay, let's see if this works. Nice. And then projects. Very good. All right. Dang. Well, this is the Frontend Mentor Challenge. If you made it this far all the way to the end, thank you for watching the entire thing. I don't know how long this whole video is going to be yet, but yeah, if you made it to the end and you're watching this, leave a comment and say like, I made it all the way to the end, because I'm curious how many people are actually following along with stuff like this. So yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.